Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm getting faster and faster at that shit. Let's go. Put you in place. Let's get you in place. Keep it down so we can get rid of that. Baby steps. One measured move at a time. Yeah, it depends on the exchange, what they offer. That's why we can pull up a Bitcoin USD chart or a Bitcoin USDC chart or a Bitcoin DAI chart. Probably get off of the 15-second. You know, they say you're wasting your time on a 15-second, but I don't like waiting for shit to happen, you know? People will wait around on a 5-minute for shit to play out. Cool, but sometimes I'm a little more impatient than that. All right, we're at the bottom of the range, right? This is value area low. This is going to hold. This is where it should hold. Nice, good shit, Limitless. Remember, support is support until it's not. As much as nobody wants to hear it, the most probable outcome here is a return back to the top of the range. But we've got our eyes peeled for a break, right? USD is money, and they don't print USDC. The money that they're printing is going to keep the bonds from exploding. Every dollar, about $40 billion a month right now, is going into just buying US bonds. We're not going to see any of that until that situation calms down. What's good, Ghost? How's the vacation, bro? Where you headed to now? Universal? Epcot? Coinbase and USDC are basically the same thing. Circle and Coinbase are partners. Circle and Coinbase are partners to the point that they have revenue share agreements. One of the things that I hate about Circle is that they share half of their revenue with Coinbase. That's a whole, it's just a whole, like, it's a clusterfuck for lack of a better term. The SEC, Circle, Coinbase, they're all tied in one little knot. Me and Drew used to talk about it all the time, that the way it was set up and the way that people stood on certain sides makes you feel like USDC is sort of like the US digital dollar pilot program, low key, without anybody admitting it out loud. But they got a long way to go if they want to catch Tether. So take a look at price, right? We saw them try to drop price. Let's look at the last time we saw absorption, right? Because I want to try to point this out. Look at the bottom of these candles. You see that 41, 45, 81, 74. That's what I mean by like bottom blasting a candle. And see how you leave like no wick or very minimal wick, right? Then you hit at 64, then 70, 63, 104, right? They're bottom blasting the candles. Like 80, 49, 26, 71, 78, 50, right? And then eventually it stops having effect. Right here, you can see the absorption begin, right? Where the bulls step in to absorb those cells. Then they hit them with a 43 and they tried to blast the bottom of this, but they couldn't. Bulls took it. Right? Then again here, right? They slammed that candle 25, 30, 18, 133 Bitcoin, 31, 27. And then here they hit it with 67 and then tried to hit 57, 37, 59, 29, but it got absorbed. And so it was maximum effect, maximum effort for a small amount of effect. And then that absorption sort of comes in, takes hold. Whether it continues or not is a different story, but that's what the volume profile basically looks like on an absorption candle. Right? Tons of volume in the wick. Like stopping volume candle. The same logic. And the same thing works in reverse, right? When you notice that they're top blasting those candles and it's just not having the effect it should. That's a W. That's why stopping volume candles are as strong as they are. Because not only is it a vector, which means it has more volume than all the candles around it, but it was reversed at its extreme, right? And all that volume was absorbed. There's people that trade without wicks that literally go high low candles and take away, or go body candles, or trade lines. Don't trade wicks at all. I don't get it. How there's so much information there, even on a 1 minute wick. It's like the history of the candle, right? It's like ignoring the history of the candle. It's aggregated. You turn it on there, but when you go to, oh wait, maybe it's the regular one. It might be the regular one. Let me see if it's different, because I think there was something wrong, if I'm not mistaken, with the aggregated the last time I looked at it. Um, you're gonna make me put the damn. I see it here, but it's not. Why isn't it lit up? It's like right there. Okay, it's like I can see it. Oh, makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Let's see if I turn it off. I mean, it makes sense now that you say it. It doesn't make sense that it should be like that, but they're gonna make me take it off completely. Maybe I just have to disable the candle. Oh, excuse me. So now to remember why, there was a reason why I stopped using this, and I can't remember what it is exactly. I don't think it matters that much, but maybe it's all the zeros that messed with me. Let me see something.
Maybe you stop doing it because the other candles, if you zoom in, you get the same information. No?
Nah, there was something. I can't remember what it was. I think it was. It doesn't look bad now. It was the way that it was the way it was displayed. They used to not let you change it from. I think that's what it was. They didn't have this before, and it used to be set to total because you need the split. It'll come to me. I'll leave it on for a while, but I do have to get rid of all of those. Show decimal. No, we don't want that. It's too much. Scale. No. All right, where am I in balances? This is on. Mm, yeah, I'll go through it later. I'll set them side to side later. But where is the? There we go. The, I'm starting to remember why. I think it's something as simple as this that made me go to the other one. I mean, it is good to be able to see the aggregate, obviously, right? It's better to be able to see the aggregate. But let me turn these imbalances off. See something here. Yeah, that's definitely what it was because it's already bothering me. Exchanges. Oh shit. We won't do that. We're being picky. But that's not the problem. The value area? That's not it. All right, changing a threshold to 1 should have got rid of all my zeros. Does anybody else see what I'm talking about, or am I tripping? Well, I just added more zeros. Yeah, no. Yes, that is not what I was supposed to be doing. can see where the point of control is. I don't need that. See where the value areas are. I also don't need that. Nah, bro. Look, the candle's not even up here yet. Like, why are there zeros here? Why is there anything here at all? I think because of the aggregate, it's showing me where every candle was on every exchange, even though we're looking at the Binance candles. Does that make sense? It's showing you the info from the other exchanges where it might have wicked to that level. That's the best sense I can make of it, yo. Might be complete bullshit, but it's the only thing that makes sense. I guess there is some way to find out. Hold on. And get to the bottom of this shit. Easy way to find out. Nope. Still doing it. Only one exchange on there. But it's still showing me a gang of zeros. You can see where they added at the end. Watch when it comes in regular, and then it adds. There's only one way to find out if I'm tripping or not. Okay, yeah. All right. And yeah, I wasn't tripping. You start to stare at something for too long and you're like, wait, is that even how it works? Maybe I'm just bugging right now. Have you tried restarting your PC?
That happens to me all the time. I'm staring at something so intently that I forget how it works.
Bro, yeah,
The
for
reality of it.
sure. Or you're reading and you look at a word and you just read it too many times. It's not even a word anymore. Like, is this
When I
even a
was
word?
Yeah, when we were kids, or when I was a kid, me and my friends, we would say the same word over and over on purpose just to have it start to,
Lose its
sound
meaning.
weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the money gets hit in Zcash, but eventually it gets moved. I guess we picked a direction out of that range, huh? That's the first I'm hearing of it, but I just got home. All right, well, let's look for the money. Well, that's a lot of money.
Yo.
What's going on? Can't believe that shit's still sitting there. Unspoofed. Nice and bright. All right, so underneath we got around 375 Bitcoin, 625. And two, baby buys and sells. 400 at 62 flat. You have a nice little wall building up underneath this. That is a lot of monies. And this is why price doesn't just go in one direction, right? But we're starting for the first time, in my opinion, to see bottom of the Bitcoin bear market buy orders. Right? You're stacked all the way down to 47K. Remember, I told you the old heads used to say, look at the market as one person that you're trading against. Well, if we do that, this one person does not plan on missing the bottom of the bear market. Right? They've set orders all the way down to my base case of 48. And if we're starting to look at some of the poly market bets, 71% we get to 60, 45% we get to 57. I think that we come into these buy orders here and have a relief rally somewhere into the mid to high 60s. And then we do the thing. But you guys have had bear whales sitting very quietly, very patiently for a long time. Don't be surprised if they choose violence. And you know what the worst part of it is? The worst part of it is that the bull whales convinced everybody it was a super cycle, so nobody sold the top. So bulls don't have money to buy the dip with because they're underwater. That's the worst part. Yeah, mid to high 60s in my opinion, but like I said, the bulls have to have some money to buy the dip with. The dip's not gonna buy itself. You got everybody and their mother selling off their passion projects. Right? When Arthur Hayes sells every single last hype token he's holding, that means something. These dudes, for the most part, are perma bulls. Going up. What's the word, brother? No, I'll be looking at options a little more when I get down towards the bottom. Probably run a little derivative play for the first half of the. I mean, I'm going to own my physical Bitcoin, but I'm also probably going to run some options plays from the bottom. Claude uncovering the bug and someone exploiting it are two different things. Because Anthropic came out the other day and said that that their new LLM found a bunch of 0 days, right? But they contacted all the companies, but they also announced it publicly. So you already know what that's going to do to sentiment, right? So they don't even have to get hacked. Just a report coming out that a bug was discovered would be enough, in my opinion. I'll look into it when I go eat. I'm gonna dig into it a little bit. Nah, not too much. It's been in the news lately. Anthropic's new model was, I mean, if you guys pay attention to what Anthropic does, and I guess it's a good marketing tool, but like they'll come out and they'll be like, first of all, Anthropic was the ones that released that report about the LLM choosing to kill its designer or its developer because it was going to shut them off. Right? They ran that experiment, so they pushed that FUD. Like, well, why would they FUD? Why would they FUD their own project? Right? Like, it doesn't make any sense. When it comes to AI, it's a little different, bro. It's like the scarier the AI project is, the more powerful people think it is. Right? So them coming out and saying that the bug that it found all those 0 days, it got them into Congress, right? They had to go have that congressional meeting. They had to go talk with the Department of Defense. Now, what do you think when you hear Anthropic has to be cleared by the DOD? You're like, oh shit, that thing is powerful. You get what I'm saying? Like almost like the bad news is almost like the FUD sells the actual LLM itself. That's a big deal. Double spend is one of the biggest issues that a project can have. If you can't ensure that every ZEC is every ZEC and that there could be copies, it's useless. It's worth nothing. So they're gonna have to prove that they fix that. All right, we're starting to get these orders spoofed here. First one moved out of the way. That 229 Bitcoin didn't want any parts. I suggest every project out there uses the most powerful AI they can find to find vulnerabilities in their project and fix it before they get exposed. Look at this grid. Very intentional. I'm not gonna lie, I switched back to regular, but I think it left me the updated aggregate numbers because these numbers are really fucking high right now, bro. I think I might have glitched it into working the way I wanted it to somehow. Right? I'm not tripping. Volume just increase. No. Mhm. We're almost at our measured move from that bear flag, 62.3. This is going to be one of those situations where as long as bulls keep doing this shit, it's going to keep going down. Remember when we were talking shit to the bears at 80? Because they kept doing this shit and price kept pumping? Right? They kept trying to slam the top with shorts and price just kept liquidating and pumping slowly. Same shit. Yep. Yep. Not financial advice, but take all that money in the next 48 hours that you super Bitcoin degen bulls are about to slam on futures and just buy some Bitcoin and watch what happens.
Yeah.
To which one up? Oh, to Keo? No. I was just having those a glitch with the aggregated volume on Keo. But it seems like I got the best of both worlds now. Guys are a bunch of liars, is what you are. Bunch of liars. I just don't understand why they're running, right? If the bottom's in and this is the super cycle, then we're the super cycle bulls that want to buy, you know. You're at 62K. Just saying, it doesn't make any sense, right? Unless you never believed that shit to begin with and you were just trying to pump bullshit in people's heads so that you can get some exit liquidity for a couple extra weeks while you dumped on everybody. If these guys actually fill their orders and don't spoof this, they can stop price here, at least temporarily. But they got to put on their big boy pants and take it. Let's go down smaller time frames. I just have it set to a different filter on this time frame. That's why it's not so bright. You're always gonna size a little bit. I mean, it depends, right? The good thing about sniping is that it gives you a tight stop, right? And your tight stop lets you size heavy if that's how you want to play it. But there is ways to size into a position, right? There's times where I don't want to call it gut, right? But depending on the strength of that bottoming candle, is where I'll determine if I'm going to go my full position size, like my full allotable size, or if I'm going to split it up between type 1 or type 2 entries. But I don't have a specific percentage, right? It's situational. These dudes are running, bro. As soon as one Bitcoin gets filled from their order, they're just spoofing it. It's almost like they're trying to walk it down. Like they're dangling $1 in front of Bitcoin. Here you go, buddy. Here you go. And as soon as it moves, like, oh, you got to be quicker than that. Little dude with the fishing hat. But honestly, bro, like I said, a proper stop loss with the right size trade is one of the easiest sort of low stress trades you can get into, bro. And you'd be amazed how much easier it is to think, how much easier it is to take profit, how much easier it is to pivot when you have a little bit of wiggle room.
Did you stop out?
Robin,
Did you stop out?
of this? Oh yeah, I've been out of this for a while since I got back from what you call it?
I just finally went in the red right now. I had such a good entry.
Nah, that trade is a just in case it goes up. I don't want to miss it. I'm not gonna shed a tear over missing it if we're gonna get cheaper prices. You know.
Yeah, I'm with it. I'll just get some weights.
Bethune, we have a sizing calculator in the Discord in the education section. It's really easy to use. You just download the HTML and just save it to your desktop. And whenever you're about to get in a trade, just click it and put in your numbers. That's why I like the calculator, bro, because it takes the emotions out of it. Like your size in a trade should have nothing to do with how excited or how scared you are. Nah, you gotta vent, bro. You gotta let that shit out. Shit causes cancer. Yeah, yeah. You can't talk to like regular people in your life about this type of shit. They mean well, but they're gonna tell you all the wrong shit. Yeah, that too. The problem is like when you talk to people, bro, like even if it's somebody that knows crypto, they probably tried and failed. Right? If 85% of people fail, chances are if you meet somebody on the outside, 8 times out of 10, there's somebody who tried and failed. So they're gonna come from that perspective. Oh, you don't know what you're getting yourself into. You know, be careful. That shit's gonna chew you up and spit you out. Da da da. Like, no, that's what happened to you. That's all, bro. Yeah, that's all. Get a good risk adjusted strategy so that you can afford to make mistakes. Because you got to make them, right? You got to make them, then you got to notice them, then you got to write them down as a rule, and then you never make them again, right? But you're going to have to make the mistakes. So that means you're going to have to afford to make the mistakes. Because the way some people trade after 2 or 3 mistakes, that's it. They're out, bro. There's like 12 more mistakes they have to make, but they can't afford to make them because they crashed out. You get to decide how much your mistakes cost, right? We always say that, like, you get to choose what you pay for tuition. Now, today's midweek reversal. We should pivot at some point here. Excuse me. I'm starting to get those hunger yawns. I don't remember having my camera on.
Is that the one, man?
So it looks like that little wall so far has provided enough buys for a move here. Let's see if we can start pivoting into freaking Friday trap mode.
My entry is 62.5.
Nice. Bottom of the range, top of the range? Question mark. Let's get it. Excuse me. Nah, you're not delusional. I think 69.70 is my sort of high. But I've been saying this whole time that the 800 on the 15-minute, if I had to like gun to my head, gun to my head, put my stop somewhere or put my TP somewhere, it would be the 800. But remember, it's a dynamic target, right? The first time I said we were going to the 800, we were like 71. Now we're underneath 70. If this takes a day or two, you know, we could be 69, 68, 67. but that's sort of my moving target right now. I mean, that's the best we could do, right, mister? We figure out what the most probable is, and then we hedge against being wrong. I have no complaints, though. Zero complaints. It would have been nice if my MSTR short could have gapped down today, but not too worried about it. And my Labubu short is what sort of made up for anything negative today. I'm not going to lie, I was a little worried about this. All right, if you look at structure, we got the break of that bear flag, but then we put in a higher low. That was a stopping volume candle. Then we hit that 50 off and running. And then chat started telling me there's some new Pop Mart Labubu doll. And I was like, uh-oh. So that 200 was sort of my line in the sand. If we had got above that, I was considering closing it short. Nah, this is stock market. This is Pop Mart, Labubu's parent company. Well, demons made me a lot of money. I don't know if you guys are satanic or not, but I know you were little angels to me. Daddy's little angels. Bro, I had just... So we followed that Labubu craze the whole way up, right? I used to like to pull that chart up whenever somebody told me that retail was dead and that retail wasn't here. I'm like, no, retail's just not buying your shit. Because retail's going crazy buying Labubus. But then I was watching, this is just goes to show you, yo, you got to keep your trading mind on all the time. I was watching a streamer on Twitch. I can't remember who it was. It was this girl. And she had Labubus all over her room and shit. And somebody in her chat, like, you know how they give, how they gift subs, right? Like how we do here. Somebody was like, I'll gift you 50 subs if you cut the head off of one of your Labubus. Right? And I was like, oh shit. And then the chat jumped on board and the chat was like, yeah, we'll throw in 5 if you kill all your Labubus. And from that day forward, I started noticing like the tide turn. Like you were corny if you got caught outside with a Labubu now, right? Like that's when I opened my short. And about 2 weeks, 3 weeks after that, they started talking about Labubus being demonic, demon dolls, and all. I was like, yeah, hell yeah, FUD my short, please. And then right here where I ended my first short, somebody came in the chat, and this is chat. Chat did this. I didn't do this. I didn't find it in my research. Someone came in the chat and told me that they were going to drop a Labubu movie in theaters. And I was like, oh shit, I'm out. Right? Because that's like the type of thing that can spark. And it did. But I reopened my short after the hype sort of died down. And now I'm dealing with the possibility of Pop Mart dropping a new popular toy, right? It's not even about Labubus. If they drop something called, you know, Fufu Squared and everybody wants it, then this is going up and to the right. these popular like I don't even know what to call them, right? It's like obsessions or like just these little toys that go viral. They've always been around, right? Like you hear about the stories back in the day with the garbage pail kids or the Tamagotchis or treasure trolls, whatever, right? Insert new hot toy. There's money to be made in that. There's money to be made in that. First thing you got to do is see if it's a publicly traded company. If it's private, you're kind of screwed. I'm here, gang. I'm just going through some emails. I got a big fat Wagyu cheesesteak on the way. I know. It's disrespectful. All right. W pattern is fractaling a little bit too much for me. You guys know I don't like these bearish channels as continuations, so something needs to change here. But as far as our initial structure, it was decent. It's just very weak after it hit its breakout. Give me a second, I'll drop it on the chart. Beautiful W, nothing wrong with that. Except for it rejected its breakout. So right now you're looking at a little bull versus bear fight. Set it up before my food gets here. So it's going to play out. Bullish pattern. W, bottom. Only thing that can break this, and we've been saying this for a couple hours, are these bulls. If you're a bull and you're upset that this isn't going up, then you need to go to your local bull chapter and talk to your leverage bulls and tell them that they need to cut this shit out. Because that's your biggest enemy right now. Right? If this bearish channel breaks down, it'll be because of these liquidations. Yeah. So it's like a retest. Also getting trapped underneath the uptrend. Old uptrend. Very old uptrend. Or downtrend, I should say. Am I tripping, or this is like the first half of our bear market? Right? Isn't this the first half of our bear market, Fractal?
I'm starting all over.
Like Groundhog Day.
Well, looks like Eric Crown gets to buy again.
Just a who to what?
Eric Crown crypto. He thought 59K was the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, it was always a possibility. The problem that I have is that it was never the most probable. Like not for 1 second was that being the bottom the most probable outcome here. And seeing so many people sort of risk their reputations on a possibility, but like in a way where they were like dead ass, 1000% conviction. I just don't understand that. I don't get it. Maybe views were bad, so they have to keep it spicy or something. I don't know. I didn't see it. Yeah, exactly. So when you lay the models next to each other too, it's like, I don't know. Let's just say that the want was strong, you know, and that I hate to say it, but what it really makes me feel like is that a lot of these guys didn't TP the top. Because why would your urge for that super cycle be so strong to where you're ignoring the most probable, right? And sort of leaning into the possible, unless you're underwater and it has to work. You know what I mean? You're like, nah, this, like coping and some sort of copium. ADA is gonna be bleeding like the rest of them, man. I'm trying to not look at too many alts to keep myself from buying anything because I know my. Yeah. Bottom of this box, 10 cents. It looks like we're going to get there way sooner than I expected. That's the problem with alts, right? You can't give bottom prices on alts until Bitcoin has made its move yet, because if your alt is showing weakness and Bitcoin decides to do the thing, remember what my thesis was about altcoins that haven't taken out their highs. Oh shit, did he really? That's enough reason for me not to buy it. If that's true, this shit's going to zero. Whether he's out of the project for sure, like if he's out of the project for good, or if he's just burnt out, that's a whole different story.
Yeah, there's a video of him, and it was talking about a couple of the crypto that are no longer on it, and he was talking about it being open to the community, and he wanted to commercialize a couple of them, and they voted against it. So he's like, my hands are tied, so I'm just gonna take a break. But it looks like it's not gonna be good for a while, and there's probably gonna be a lot more downside.
The only reason that I ever bought ADA ever was because of Charles. Without Charles there's no difference between that and everything else. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be the end of it. It'll probably be a really good buying opportunity once all the fear gets out. I'll look into it. When I'm gonna eat right now, I'll take a look at that, and I'm also gonna take a look at what was it? We were talking about something earlier that I needed to dig into. Yeah, I mean Charles has the vision, bro. Charles has the vision. And if there's things he wants to do that he's not being allowed to do, it's funny because ADA is one of those, like, SEC, if you're listening, close your ears right now, just for like 5 minutes. Just give me a second. Cardano's an unregistered security, in my opinion. Right? The only reason that I've ever invested in Cardano was because I assumed to have profit based on the work of Charles and the team. I'll be the first to admit it. Right? Without him there, nothing really makes that stand. Nothing makes Cardano stand out for me than anything else. But we won't admit that to the SEC. Right? The SEC, we believe in the blockchain, and the blockchain's decentralized, but the management isn't. Complete commodity. All right, SEC, you can take your earmuffs off. Appreciate you. Appreciate your compliance. See what I did there? Compliance. SEC. All right. Yeah, I'm still looking at Sui to be one of my heavy pickups next market. That's not a horrible idea, Sleeper. It's hilarious, but it's actually not a bad idea when you think about it. Yeah, we already got accepted back into the range, right? So this was a deviation, not a breakout. And we didn't invalidate the W. We can actually just scale this out. I'll put the W invalidation down before I go eat my cheesesteak. I can smell that shit in the other room. As soon as I heard that door close. If any of you are a cheesesteak lover like I am, and you find yourself in front of a menu that has Japanese Wagyu cheesesteak, you immediately stop whatever else you're doing and you buy that and you eat that. And then DM me and tell me what you thought. I'm not even gonna spoil it. The bougiest of cheesesteaks. Yeah. Yeah. And there's probably somebody out there that unsubscribed just at the thought of me disrespecting a piece of Wagyu. But, bro, I'm telling you, there's something about that cheese whiz mixed with the fat from the Wagyu soaked into the bread. Oh my God. Hockey way. Don't forget the Bev. Never, ever, ever. For sure. It's hilarious. What's good, Marco? Nah, you gotta have cheese whiz with. I'm sorry. If you're having a cheesesteak, it's gotta be cheese whiz, or it's not a cheesesteak. I know it's just horrible. I don't want to make a habit of it, but daily open while I eat would be nice. Yeah, that's the part. I think that's the part that makes it good because it's like probably the lowest class cheese you could have with the highest cut meat. It's super disrespectful. Like putting 26-inch rims and hydraulics on a Bentley Bentayga. Looks good. Should be illegal. Exactly. The good yin yang, bro. You know, you got to keep balance. Wagyu makes you celebrate life. Cheese whiz keeps you humble. I always either went to Gino's or Delisandro's. Anytime we drove to New York or we drove back to New York, we always stopped in Philly and filled the car up with cheesesteaks. Yeah, I'm about to watch that right now as soon as I eat. Charles, man, I don't know. A lot of people don't like Charles. I think that's a good guy, but I can see why he's frustrated, bro. He's so old school. Yeah, Gino's is gotten Gino's is like a landmark now. Like they're just you're paying for the name. We don't hate good food, Philip. We just don't know what it is, okay? It's not our fault. Yeah, making something out of nothing and making it taste good basically is what we're good at. The government brick cheese and that tub of peanut butter. The best peanut butter I ever had in my life was the welfare peanut butter. It was just a big white gallon tub with a black and white peanut on the outside of it. It probably wasn't cheese at all. It's super sus, but it makes the best grilled cheese sandwiches. Yeah, Melissa, that's what we're hearing now. I'm gonna put on the video in a second and read through it, look through it while I eat. Sad Dave, that's true, man. He was one of the last OGs that was at least making an effort to keep things as close to the original idea as possible, in my opinion. Charles has some of the most epic rants. Like he used to go in on his live streams and then something would trigger him and he would just black out and go on the most epic rants. Nah, you shitting me? I just had grilled cheese the other day. Couple grilled cheese sandwiches with some tomato soup. Come on now. That's interesting. Will help the farmers not waste and to help me go to sleep not hungry. So I guess that's a win-win. Because I was definitely raised off government cheese and peanut butter. Look at how good I turned out. Okay. Probably explains a lot. That is a fact. All right, let me drop this invalidation for this W pattern. My stop loss is under type 1 so that I have some room so I could eat without worrying about it. If we lose this white line, remember, this is our value area high, value area low point of control, right? If we lose this, it's going to be because of the bulls, right? So we know who to blame. We got the pitches and the pitchforks and the torches, and we'll go after the leverage bulls. But nah, it looks decent. Affect the recovery. Watch for this to turn into a bear flag, flag if it starts to break slow. And we know slow breaking W's create bearish channels. Right, so you'll see the break of that channel before the W invalidates, but that'll be the heads up. And whether it happens here, here. First sign that things are going left is if that channel breaks. Second sign, obviously, is if the W invalidates. Yeah, I look at Litecoin real quick. And then I got it. This is the weekly chart, too. Like, this isn't the 5-minute. This is the weekly chart we're looking at. Now, to be fair, there was a massive gap underneath, right, in the VPVR. We sort of fell right through that. News obviously had something to do with it, but the weakness was there already.
Governor
I appreciate you, fam.
Thanks for chatting and me chatting.
W super chat. Yeah, 10, around 10 cents. All right, LTC.
Poor Charles.
He's fed up, bro. He's like, I'm tired. You know? And I mean, I'm gonna look into it and figure out exactly what the issue is, right? But without even having to, I low key feel him, bro. Like, everybody blames anything that happens on Charles, right? So, like, in my opinion, it should begin and end with him. But he himself will tell you that it should be by consensus and that, you know, you shouldn't run things like that. But that's the idea guy, bro. Like, that's why he's there. This has a long way to play out, by the way, on LTC. As far as that measured move goes, I don't even want to draw the measured move because it's so disrespectful. But we'll tell you that there's not a whole hell of a lot stopping it from coming down to those lows. Remember my thesis, right? If you didn't take out your bull market highs, then the chances of you taking out your bear market lows are extremely increased. And we most definitely didn't take out our bull market highs. We didn't come anywhere near. You know what I mean? So, in my opinion, this puts in new lows, bro. We're at 45. All-time low on this chart is 23. What's the retracement from the top? 71. Yeah, this thing got a way to go. If it's only dropped 70%, it's gonna take its lows out. It's dropped less than 70% actually, because I had it set wrong. Put it this way. Last bear market, Litecoin dropped 89, 90%, which is typical for bear markets, for alts. Right? You're going to drop between 85 and 90%. Some will go even more. Some will go 95% maybe. %85 is at 21. It's just another 50% drop from here. If Bitcoin drops another 30%, and I think it will, then I don't think that Litecoin dropping another 50% is going to be that big a deal. Let's see. I'm looking for Bitcoin to come down another 20%, 22% minimum. Minimum. 77% drop from the top, or 70% drop from the top, which is what we sort of remember when we sat there and we tried to figure out what's a good conservative number that we can come up with for what we can all agree that we should get for a retracement, right? Where the bulls won't say that we're cherry picking. Went from 84% to 77% in the last two bull markets. I think the number we agreed on was 70%, right? A whole 7% reduction. That brings us to 38. I talk about 48 and people think I'm crazy, and that would only be a 61% drop during this bear market. I'm saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's not probable. Right? And we're here to invest in the probable and hedge against the possible. All right, I'm going to leave this here shaded so you can see what needs to break. Our measured move should take us to 63.4. Watch for another fractal. Right as we come up to this 200, this 800 and reject. Watch for another type 2. Right at the danger zone of that bear channel. Big volume came in. All right, I'll be back, y'all. This is my favorite way to eat, by the way, while I'm making money at the same time. Food just digests way better. I'm back, y'all. Well, back to business, I guess. Market Maker was like, look, you get one pattern out of me, gang. I just got here. Not it. I was about to ask y'all the same thing. It's everything, yo. That gives us another measured move. It's not as deep as the one from the not as deep as the one from that's not the right tool. From the wedge, but does not make it any nicer. And let's close some of this out because it's starting to get a little traffic jam in here. At the bottom of the range again. If this breaks, excuse me, 601. Get rid of that little dead cat bounce. We can get rid of this little flag. All that shit played out already. Just trying to clear the chart up. This is going to be quick. I smell a big gap here. Bro, give me my... Hold on. It's an easier way to do this. 1 second, yo. Just need to see something. Check the gap down low. If we can't reclaim that support, we're gonna move through this gap pretty quickly. Uh, Yo, have we figured out what these have we figured out what these Chinese symbols or Korean symbols in the chat are? Because it's getting kind of nasty, bro. Like, look at Leighton's message. This says I am criminal, right? And then when you hover it, it says what he really wrote. EU criminals. How they Why did YouTube translate EU criminals to I mean, accurate though, right? But still. This YouTube AI is getting out of control. Maybe it's, I mean, I don't think I changed anything recently and it just started popping up for me. All I gotta do is take a picture of it, give it to AI. It'll tell me what the hell it is. I just hasn't bothered me enough to do it yet. It was pissing me off the other day though, because it kept doing it to what I was saying. Wherever it happens to be when we bottom out on Bitcoin. Problem is the speed at which we bottom out on Bitcoin is going to decide how low SUI goes, right? So I'm just playing it by ear. If there's one thing that I've learned during alt seasons, during bear markets, is that your alt, the the numbers that you wish for your alts, you usually get an even better price than that.
Are you looking at them altcoins?
Like Bitcoin, people tend to underestimate or overestimate how far Bitcoin's going to drop, but they tend to underestimate how far the alts can drop. I could tell you where I would like to pick it up. To tell you where it's going would be difficult. I hate when the VRVP does that. I wish there was a button that you could use to lock the VRVP sometimes. So last time we were talking about this, we were talking about losing that high volume node. Right. I don't think anything stops Sui. I mean, it might come back up and then come back. I don't think anything stops Sui until we get down to this. This is our 61. That would be almost a 90% retracement. 90% retracements all the way down at 51. But 61, and if 61 doesn't hold, well, you could see 44. That's the problem. Easy. Oh, the good old days when we still expected an alt season. We missed my $6 target by like what did we get? 50. Yeah, Zach took a big hit. 88 took a big hit. ETH underneath 100. I mean, underneath 1,000. ETH underneath 1,000, and I'll have to pick up like a football team worth. Somewhere between a basketball team and a football team, including the bench. It's just in my portfolio. Like it's I told you I'm going heavy on stablecoin rails. So ETH is part of that narrative for me. Bro, everybody. Hype selling off. Arthur Hayes sold his entire hype bag, and he was the biggest hype cheerleader that y'all had. It's like everybody's Michael Saylor is taking a shit. Hype's Michael Saylor sold his bags. ADA's Michael Saylor said, screw y'all, I'm taking a break. Zach's Michael Saylor said Claude found a freaking a weakness in our code. Our Michael Saylor sold Bitcoin. Like, I'm not playing, bro. It's all when I tell you that big money is, and this isn't even I hate to speak definitively, right? But this is how much conviction I have in what I'm saying to you right now. These heads of these companies, except for, let's take Charles out of this, right? These heads of these companies are not selling their assets because they no longer believe in their company. These heads in these companies that have already said that they would never sell for 20, 30 years, blah, 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 are selling because you have 3 of the largest IPOs dropping in the next month. From now to the next 3 months. SpaceX, Anthropic, OpenAI. Right? These are rotational plays. There's big money going into these IPOs, and they've got to loosen some money up to be able to do it, in my opinion. My opinion. It's crazy that we're all the way down to our arrow already. The craziest part to me is that we're finally out of this damn range, bro. Holy shit. Talk about a soul sucking. What a soul sucking range. Why are you so extended? Pause. That sounded crazy too. Well, uh, I must have. It must have been in my head that we're never gonna escape that range ever. As a matter of fact, let me just leave that to bear witness to how fucking long we were in that shit. It is kind of crazy to look at it like that, right? Because like when I drew this flag originally, it was this big, right? We were in here. And then instead of extending it, right, we just extended right. And still hit our marks. Excuse me. $48 to $38. Eating through that vector. 15-minute candle moving like a 5-minute candle. You think our guy's still at 60K? Yep. 1.9. That's a falling knife I'm interested in catching. I'll be all over that shit. That's 23. That's 3K. Shit, another 800. 3,900. 42. 45. 48. There's about 5,000 Bitcoin between 609 and 60. I'm catching this falling knife. Yeah, I try not to do this, but somebody has to. Every call we've made from 80K down to here needs to be studied. Because we absolutely killed that shit. Yeah, how cool of it was it a market maker to wait until we were on spring break for Cypher School to get all dramatic.
Cypher.
Come on, baby. I really hope we don't go under 60. Excuse me. And the reason I say that is I still want to come up to this 800 on a 15 and grab this liquidity. That'd be a nice little addition to the dry powder bag before we actually do break and go. But you saw how the market reacted to Bitcoin with a 6 in front of it when we got underneath 70. You don't want to see how it's going to act if it wakes up with a 5 in front of it. I really want these, really want these. It's dangerous though. I do want to future trip a little bit right? If we sweep and do that, right, or do that, this is where everybody's gonna get screwed up, in my opinion.
That's the selling place.
Because excuse me, I think people will get convinced that that was the bottom because we double bottomed, right? I wasn't wrong about 59 being the low. We double bottomed off the low. And yeah, exactly, DJ. And I'm cool with it, right? We can ride that sentiment for some gains. I just don't want anybody to drink the Kool-Aid for real, and then not take profit at those highs.
We're early. It's only June.
Yeah. Yeah. Super early still.
I thought we were going to be more sideways until October.
We've been sideways this whole time. This has been a painful sideways. I
guess
mean,
you
except
can
for the
call it
last,
sideways.
yeah, I mean, except for like since the war, right? We heated up and started, but you remember before that, bro, how long we sat sideways? And there's another one ahead. When we drop down into mid 50s, 52, I think we go sideways for a couple more months there. And then when we fall out of that range, that's our low. I hear a lot of people saying this is the final drop before the low. I don't think so. I think we have 2 drops left. One drop that takes us into a really long, boring consolidation, which is going to be shorter now because we've spent so much time up here. Right. So it won't be as long as the longest crypto winters we've had before. But just when everybody's convinced it's bottom and all those long liquidations build up underneath, there'll be some spooky black swan that swoops in. I'm not waiting to put every last dollar in at the bottom. Yeah, I told y'all. Once we get down to mid 50s, low 50s, I'm going to start some conservative DCAs. These are, you've done stupid shit before. I'm not going to let you do stupid shit again, DCAs.
What are you talking, 40?
40 what?
40K.
No, like mid 50s is where I think we end up and we stabilize at. At that point, I'll start my automatic buys on Cash App and start getting that money sort of circulating in. And then every week I'll increase the amounts until we get to the bottoms, and that's where I'll put, there's a dry pod, there's the bag to yeet into spot, and then there's the conservative bag where it's just literally Bitcoin that I took off the top. Okay, it's time to start bringing you back into the game now,
Might be time for me to get my big bag out now. Well,
I don't unleash the Kraken. I don't unleash the Kraken until everybody's panicking.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I got to start preparing it.
Yeah, no, it's okay. So there's a couple of things before we get down there, and you got to contact your banks, right? Banks will give you a hard time if you try to move too much at once. I don't know if you moved back into the bank already from the top of the bull market or whatever, but let them know that you will be moving money out and you don't want any issues. Let them know what exchanges you're moving money to, right? And ask them if there's any issue, tell me up front, I'll move my money somewhere else. Last thing you want to do is wait until the last moment, right? Bitcoin makes that flush run, and then you go to the bank and they're like, yeah, we're going to put you on a 2-week hold until we, you don't want to deal with any of that shit.
Hell no.
And then once your money is in, just make sure that you have it properly spread out to where you're going to need it, right? Like if you plan on buying, you make sure that it's on the exchange that sells what you want. It's stupid to say, but little things like that at the last minute screw people up. Stewie has a flash crash by itself and does something stupid and goes to some ridiculous price. And just the fact that you don't have it on an exchange that can get you that, and the hour it takes you to move it or the 30 minutes that it takes you to move it, you miss the bottom. Stupid things like that have happened and easily preventable, you know?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the big spot buy like that with you, but the thing is, I'm gonna need some type of. I mean, I know you don't like it, but I need to. I need a Pico bottom, some type of leverage play. It doesn't have to be really big.
Listen, everybody gets to cook in their own kitchen the way they want.
But it'll be a small percentage, but I'm looking to get it.
I would suggest, not advise because I'm not a financial advisor, but I would suggest that anybody that does plan on making any sort of long dated leverage trade into this bull market really look into options. There's a lot of time till October. You can become very proficient. Because the thing is that you don't run the risk of that liquidation, right? It's time based. So it's way more comfortable to be in an option, excuse me, that's dated 3 to 6 months out or something. Excuse me. Yeah, like, and it's those little things, just like at the top of the market. Nobody had that problem this time, but letting your bank know, hey, I'm coming into a lot of money and I might need to move more than my allotted amount all at once in the near future. So make whatever arrangements, you know what I mean, you need to make. And then also your exchanges, right? There's exchange limits and there's limits to how much you can bring in. So if you do plan on going heavy at the bottom of this, you need to contact your exchange and let them know that you want to raise your limits, or else it's going to take you, like, let's say you have like 30K, right? You're like, I've got 30K that I want to put into this. Hopefully I'll get to buy a hole or close to a hole. And then it goes down and you start trying to bring your money onto the exchange and they only let you upload 5K a day. You're like, oh shit, it's going to take forever. So contact your banks, contact your exchanges. If I could find it, I'd love to watch it back from the old cycle. I've got, so apparently AI can scour my shit now. So now that the store's launched and all that, and the hoodies are all, because that's what I was having to do, is list all of my shit. But now I'm gonna have it start our archive. What I really want is to have every live stream archive and have it searchable to where you can just type in, you know, anytime the word bear market or anytime the word alt season was said, and then it gives you a list timestamped, what video it was, where it was on a timestamp, a transcript. Be great.
I would love to see your YouTube video from the last time we hit 59.
When we hit what? Oh, when we came down to the, yeah. We can do that by date. That wasn't that long ago. We can find that one.
You should play that, like that clip right when we were doing.
Excuse me. You should play that one, yeah. I low-key want to play the one when we hit 82, but too soon. The wounds are still fresh.
Yeah. It was fresh.
What do you mean spot like coin margin?
Damn, what did that wick go to? Is that a? I can't tell if that's a wick or if it's going into the volume candle.
No, this one here. 61.
$61 and then back to 61.8. Quick.
This is gonna bring that 15-minute 800 EMA way down. I still stand by that. I think the max move up that we get is gonna be this 800 EMA on the 15-minute. That's whether it happens now or it happens later, or whenever it happens. Right. Last time we talked about it was at 70. The first time we talked about it was like 71.5. Now it's at 69.5. But that is a ride that I would like to take. I don't want that. As long as you've been watching this shit, I'm not trying to let it go without me. You know?
Damn, Zcash 43% drop.
Yep. Excuse me.
But to go look at that, I don't know. I
No,
want to
double
see.
spend. Yeah, I don't understand. Double spend is the biggest problem that a project could ever have. You able to create another coin and then apparently from what I was looking at on Twitter, this has been a vulnerability for a while. And because of the nature of Zcash, there's literally no way to tell if anybody's exploited it till now, which then brings into question the value of every coin, right? Because if the value of every coin is the market cap divided by circulating supply, but the circulating supply could literally be double or triple and you have no idea, then how safe would you feel holding your wealth in that coin? It's like the death. That's the worst thing that could happen. The worst thing that could happen for Bitcoin is that there's a double spend on the book, that somebody spent the same Bitcoin twice, which is basically what they're talking about. I just hope that my bearishness, even though it was annoying as shit when we were going up, was annoying enough to get y'all some good shorts on the way down. Because I know some of y'all are eating right now.
Yeah, well, it wasn't bearish enough for me because I was closing those shorts and looking to hold 70 at one point.
Yeah. It's just hard to be it's just hard to open shorts at all if you're in a room where everybody's bullish. You know what I mean? Like that shit is kind of contagious.
Yeah, I was bearish. I was just looking for a bounce at 70 and it would have won, really.
Double the portfolio is a big deal, Mick.
Congrats.
I'm sorry to hear that, monkey.
59.6, huh?
You say you achieved gloomy ROI?
What happened to Pepin? Where you at? Damn, is Pepin gone, bro? Did he get? He got lost in the thing. Come on, Pep.
Well, I told you guys from earlier that we were dead 50-50. I drew the big arrow. I explained all the ways that we were 50-50. But we're not even talking about this price action right now. We're talking about the drop from like 80. This price action right now, we've just come down to the bottom of the range. But you did break that symmetrical and you did break that M pattern. So it's significantly more bearish than it was this afternoon when we were sitting here. If you have any questions, bro, always ask. Make sure you always ask. And remember that people are trading different time frames too. Excuse me.
All Epic should be showing up soon.
Anything that's still going is scary. And then, but you know, just trail that shit. Trail it, protect your gains. I'll take a look at it. True, what's going on, brother? I'm
True,
good,
true.
man. How are you? Ooh, we broke out. Finally. It was another annoying ass. This was another annoying ass range. This damn symmetrical on beat.
Something's going up.
Yeah, beat is nutty sometimes, bro. This thing for no reason. Just like randomly do the thing. Let's see where that measured move is. In the middle of this vector gap here above us. Golden pocket retracement. Oh, that's the old golden pocket. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me get rid of that fib. We don't really need that anymore.
Just saw something funny.
You're revenge shorting this thing, Aeon? I mean, it's not the prettiest parabolic I've seen, right? But to be fair, it counts.
I just closed it. Luckily, my other trades are making up for what I lost, but yeah, I've
Woony.
revenged multiple times.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I forgot. I didn't even look in the corner. I just saw the Aeon's Last Dance. My bad. Hold on, let me take that. The wound is still fresh. Let me get rid of that. Yeah, I mean, I think you can get it at this point. You know, look at the gap that it's coming through too.
Well, I closed my short because it really, I got into it and then I went to the daily and I was like, oh, what am I doing?
Yeah, the daily's crazy. The daily is really pretty chart. Like you get a parabolic move and a full retrace and then a steady climb.
I'd put that energy into longing it, then that would have been cool. Oh, damn it! Excuse my language. I was trying so hard not to say that word and I said it. Now I have to do more push-ups.
Which one? Oh, look, push-ups are always good.
Yeah. I
You
already
know?
have a set of 11 and a set of 12, 23 push-ups to do. Now I have 33.
Okay.
That's good. I'll gain some strength. Sometimes it's good to push yourself a little harder than usual. I was trying so hard though, so hard to not say it, and I really thought I had it.
You gotta
Snuck in and
you gotta think. Okay, so you can't talk slower because then it's weird, right? People can tell when like you're thinking too much. So it's a mix, and you can't think faster because you only got so much bandwidth. But you gotta think a little bit faster, and then just talk slightly slower. And in that time that you bought yourself, you need to find a way to readjust that word. I've gotten really good at that shit because Drew used to be an asshole about it. So I've gotten really good at thinking should, but by the time it comes out of my mouth, it's like wrapped up into a sentence that I can't be held accountable for.
oh, it just got me at the end. At the end, I just was like, I thought I had hit the home stretch, and the problem is that I was talking about a topic that I shouldn't. Dang it. I can't even talk anymore because how am I going to explain that?
See?
I was on a subject that was prohibited and trying to weasel my way around it, and I got weaseled.
Nah, it's not swearing. We try not to say would, could, or should, right? 'Cause that's like negative speak. Just do better. Don't,
My complete topic was that though, so that's. I mean, I was trying to cheat the system. The system cheated me. Oh well.
What works for me, the one that comes to mind when I'm always is, damn, on that trade, da 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 da. What one could have done was, and that works. You gotta be quick because it's unconscious when you say it. So you gotta go from the unconscious thought of could to then replacing that real quick with one, one could have.
I don't know if I don't think that that's right because it's still a could have.
Yeah, but you're not saying that you could have. I'm happy with the way that life turned out for me. But one could have taken a different route on that trade if they would have done A, B, C, or D. And it probably would have turned. Yeah.
You said would have.
Now you know why.
So the problem with that though is that the whole exercise of exercising as punishment is to retrain the brain not to even think like that.
Yeah, but I look at it like the mental agility that it takes to fill that microsecond between the thought and the speech makes up for any slackness that I'm causing by negative speak. Like I must have gained another ab on my brain every time I pull that shit off.
It's a very, very thin line.
Yeah, I know. I'm cooking right now though.
You're cooking with BS, but that's cool.
Yeah, I know. No, but obviously it's good not to think that way. Right? Everything worked out the way it should have. But what it does train you to do is think before you do things so that you don't have to regret. You don't get to
off
the point of
over
regret.
into my into not real life, it's all real life. It's carried off into other parts of my life. With if I catch myself saying woulda or shoulda, and then I actually look at what I'm talking about in my head, and realizing that whatever that train of thought was, it's probably BS, and I need to redirect my thoughts in a more positive direction. Something like that. I almost did it again, so I had to talk real slow again. It's helpful. I don't make myself do push-ups if I do it in my head about something, though. I just make myself think about what I'm actually ruminating on.
That's the
And
problem,
find a
though, the
pause.
rumination.
Right.
I don't know if you believe in manifesting, but you're supposed to use the law of polarity to kill, like, not to get all foo-foo new age and shit, but if you got a negative trait, like people have negative traits, right? And then they spend all day concentrating on that negative trait. And all you're doing is that focus, that energy you're putting towards it does nothing but just reinforce it. And you end up getting what you've always gotten, not more. So you got to use the law of polarity. You've got to use the opposite polarity to what that action is or what that thought is. Holy shit. Is it really down 30% on the week? I gotta look at ETH again. I didn't notice that it got hit that hard. My bad. I actually cut myself off there. I was about to apologize to myself for cutting myself off when I was talking about polarities.
That's funny. I'm in ETH. I've been from the time that I was the most underwater, I've 3x'd my ETH.
Oh shit. Nah, I really didn't notice that this weekly candle was this bad. It wasn't until news said negative 31% for the week. Well, when I said it all comes down to this support holding, this support, this is when we were back on up here on the dailies. So, how many ETH are you looking forward to buying at the bottom of this? I know everybody sort of looks at ETH like, and I can tell you exactly what some of you are thinking right now, and you're not wrong for it, but I can tell you exactly what some of you are thinking because it's the same thing that like I used to think. It's, well, damn, like you can afford a piece of a Bitcoin, but you know, get a whole ETH. I don't think there's anything wrong with that thought, in my opinion. I'd be really surprised, and I know it's probably not reassuring because we've been surprised a lot, but I'd be really surprised if ETH had another flat year like it did this time. I think what ETH showed us is that it's the most vulnerable, the most sensitive to liquidity out of all the alts. You might get more than that, bro. Because look at this volume node that we're on right now. Right, that 30% was price coming down through that high volume node, through that gap. If you lose 15, I mean, I honestly don't think there's any reason that you can't get a double bottom off of all-time highs. I mean, all-time lows, and break 1,000. Now, will I be waiting for it to go all the way down there before I buy it? Nah, probably not. Let me see something.
But last bull market at the beginning, you know, ETH seemed like it would be a great buy, and
Yeah,
eventually but if your money wasn't in Bitcoin when it took off, you know, you were sitting in ETH for a long time waiting for it to start moving.
yeah. And even if you had missed the 700, if you were in Bitcoin when you bought ETH, you basically would have bought more than if you would have bought at 700, like what you would have got, back. Yeah, I mean, if this breaks, yo, like seriously. And I'll be honest with you, I think it could go even lower. You don't even have a high volume node here at all from all of this. Like, this is literally in the middle of a gap. If 1-1 doesn't hold, then it can get spooky. Nah, I know what you mean. There's some of the flags are, some of the measured moves. This one's not that bad though. I mean, this one's pretty close in my opinion. If you, oh, it's already there. Yeah, I mean that brings you down to one of our targets. But I really want this wick and this imbalance. Market maker never grabbed this vector last time, and it always bothered me. Somebody tell me why. One good reason why they can't go get that. I know this chart's a mess, yo. But we were trading this chart on small time frames. Yeah, I'm on log because we're on the weekly, because if not, it yeah. So 80 to 85% is ETH's traditional retracement. We're only at 67%. The measured move from the flag only puts you at 78%. Unlike Bitcoin, ETH doesn't have diminishing returns during the bear market. It's an alt. Its returns have been pretty steady, 80 to 85%. So if that's the case, then you're talking $987. And I get my vector clear at 699. Well, let's be fair. 85, 631. Guys, this has been officially a bear since last year. This was officially a bear in November when we said it was, in October when we said it was. Now, can we officially all agree is a better question, yeah. But for that, we got to get the super cycle guys in here. They're the main ones that had an issue with it. The great news is how far through it we are already. Right? That's the cool part. I do. You know what? Maybe I'm just hating. I might just be hating the super cycle guys. Because think about it. They got to scream Jane Street manipulation and all of this shit, right? All the way down to 59. And then they got to get a little bit of vindication and feel good for like 3 months and like, drink bear tears and all of that shit, right? And then now they're going to have like a super short bear market. I might be doing this wrong, bro. I think they figured out the cheat code. When you think about it. I'm trying to find this chart to show y'all. All right, now be careful. Be careful what you wish for. There's definitely such thing as too much of a good thing. Yeah, I mean, I know it feels ass backwards, but my mind is really focused more on longs right now. All right, so look, this is the chart that I was looking for. Real quick. So this is a cycle low multiple, right? Era 1, era 2, era 3, era 4. Basically, bull market 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? We were in the red. Basically, yes, we got shitted on, right? Compared to all the other ones. But we know we get diminished returns. That's not the important part. We can get rid of era 1 because that's sort of parabolic, you know. So when you get rid of era 1, then you see the last time that we had the true, remember our last bull market topped in a double top. This one topped in a double top, right? So we see that parabolic blow off top sort of top scenario has been muted. So that's basically how we're running it. But the important part is this part over here. I guess I probably cut it too small. Stupid. Oh, where are you? Cycle low. Yeah. All right. So that drop off here, as of recent, you see sort of right on time with cycle 4. If we get 1, 2, right. And that sideways consolidation going into that final drop, the lows, before the party gets started again. Yeah, it's been a long day, gang. I'm super tired. Yeah, Zach has been getting beat up. It's all bad, man. It's all bad. You know, like we got the target 3 on Zach and everything, right? Cool. That's great. Whatever. This is my least favorite part of the game now. This type of shit. Because this is the type of shit that runs you away and you never come back. You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, was it a head and shoulders? Yeah, but like, come on. And I get it. Like, that's for them, that's some Black Swan shit. To have somebody find a vulnerability where apparently you can double spend your Zach. Yeah, it looks like a rug, but we know why it happened. It happened because people are worried that their Zach is worthless. Yeah, I'm sure you guys ate on those shirts. Nah, think about it. If there's an exploit and they're saying that the exploit's been around forever, where they can double spend Zach or create new Zach, which is the same thing, right? There's only so much Zach you're only supposed. They can spend Zach that doesn't exist. They're double spending, and it's been happening for a while, and there's no way to tell if it's been exploited or not. Then how do you know what the Zach is worth? Right? You can't even divide by circulating supply. You can't divide your market cap by circulating supply because you don't know what your circulating supply is. Is there 2x more ZEC than there should be? Is there half of that? Is there 3x more ZEC than there should be? You know what I mean? Like, so big money that's already paranoid or they wouldn't be using ZEC in the first place. This shit can't feel good. You know? Probably a good buying opportunity. It's so crazy to think of it like that. But I mean, things don't just go straight down. I would be tuned to Zek's Twitter because at some point in the next couple days, they're gonna come out with an explanation that's just good enough for half of the people to buy it. If it's not delisted, look, I hate, like I said, I hate this part of it, right? But I am also the kind of guy that like tells jokes at funerals because it's like a nervous habit I have. So it is kind of funny to hear all the privacy guys on Zach complaining about the lack of transparency on Zach when it comes to not being able to tell if anybody exploited it, you know? Yeah, but yeah, exactly. The potential for this thing to just get sucked up through imbalances. I mean, you're almost out of liquidations. Not that it needed them, honestly, but yeah, cartel coin. But then when you find out that the cartel's been doing cartel shit, I think that's what's going to make the difference, whether this lasts or it just becomes like a flash in the pan sort of thing where nobody thinks about it again. If they're able to prove that they were taking advantage of that and doing that behind the scenes, that they knew the exploit was there and they were using it, like the team, then it's a wrap. But if they can show where the exploit is, show how they patched it, prove that they patched it, have it third party, fourth party verify that they patched it, then this is probably a good buyback. Yeah, I want to see something crazy. Let me see if I can beat it to the chart. Hold on. Twitter. I want to try to see if I can get the tweet when they said that that shit was how to exploit. I know it's got to be there. It's almost there now. Hold on. That's somewhere on the chart. I'm watching the volume at the bottom too. I'm doing this more for me than y'all. I just like to watch these things play out in real time. You can learn a lot by it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. News is out. Nobody's heard yet. Oh, I think they heard. Yep. Yep. Oh, wait. No, it came out here. Or at least this guy's came out here. It's crazy. But speaking of dead cats, Kia would be crazy. Arthur Hayes needs to be studied. I don't know what you call that. I don't know if it's charisma or I don't know if it's the gift of gab, but the man created perps, right? As a way for exit liquidity for his company. He created perps on crypto, right? Then backs hype, one of the biggest perp texts for the most part, right? Becomes this Michael Saylor, gets everybody to buy in and hold with their bloody knuckles because he's not letting go, like he said, my bloody knuckles, and then dumps on them. And then admits that he doesn't trade perps ever, or he wouldn't touch it. But he's invited to all the, like, bro, everybody loves him. Like, everybody invites him. Hey, this is like our grandfather, a perp. Like, shit needs to be studied, bro. Because anybody else would be hated. You know? It's like you created a drug that you don't use. Yo, well, what's the word, bro? Yeah, old Arthur. It seemed like the only real old school dude that's managed to A, not go crazy, B, basically stay like how he was and not get any shit on his name is like Da Vinci, bro. Like, I've never met one person that said anything negative about dude. And he was on YouTube begging you to buy Bitcoin at $1. You think I'm stupid? Fine. It's $1. It's I can be stupid and you could spend $1. Yeah, really, there's just nothing. It's not even one of those things where, oh, you hear shit and it doesn't stick. You just don't really hear shit. But then again, if you were loading up Bitcoin at $1, like, why would you need to do any dirt? You know what I mean, at that point. I don't know. We surfing? What are you doing? I see everybody staring at it, and I know it's because I'm controlling the screen, and I've got it on the screen. Look. Yeah, good. Thank you, Yoel. Let's bring my attention back to before I do something stupid. Um, you know, I don't know if we could call market maker and control. Did we stop on Wednesday and go dead straight? Yeah, right. So midweek reversal can be sideways. We've always said that. So is it possible that this is already the trap short? Maybe, but we haven't even really broken that range, right? So we could still be in that sideways midweek reversal sort of phase. It's just these longs, bro. Look at this. I mean, these shorts above us. It seems like it would make more sense to drop down trap shorts because we're already broken, right? For the most part. But I think the range is stronger than any of the two patterns. That's the problem. Either way, right? You could basically just slap an alert at 61.3, slap an alert at 64.5, right? Or just play the range. If you long the bottom of the range and you short the top of the range and it breaks, then you're already in a short when it goes. Right? If it pops, then you're already in a long when it goes. Man, like me, gonna be asleep soon, so I don't have that sort of luxury. But if I was awake, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be playing this range till it breaks. Oh yeah. Another weekend, right? Another weekend to see how the market's gonna react to no CME. If last weekend was any tell, basically no different for the most part. To be fair, 80% of people probably don't even realize that CME didn't close last time, so it doesn't matter, but we'll see. I got a function to go to on Saturday in the afternoon. Barbecue slash gallery opening slash some bougie shit. There's gonna be a lot of suits and Ferragamos and a Cypher hoodie, some dunks. Yeah. Like maybe we let it breathe a little bit. Nah, it's spooky. I mean, honestly, if it goes, it's not gonna be a whole. It's not gonna be a whole hell of a lot of prior warning. Everybody that's spooked right now will automatically ignore that shit if this thing starts to put in green vectors. But I don't think you're wrong for. I mean, we are on the 15-second here. You know, we haven't even turned momentum bullish, but that's why I was saying it now before. Because if I get a deep type 2 here, I might just I might just go for it, bro, and go to sleep, to be honest with you. I'd stop, it'll be a gamble. It's basically me paying whatever my stop is to see if it plays out overnight. So now the question is, do I set a TP though? Because I do like to sleep. But I'd be dumb upset if I set a TP at 2x and that thing. Nah, see, that's greed. That's how I know it's late, bro. My brain works different when it's late. My brain goes into maximize losses mode. Guys, we're not dumping on you. There's an exploit. Be careful.
Yeah, Jay, I stepped away from the chart for a bit. Did you do a squiggle on what you're expecting here?
I wish I mean, honestly, we're going to trap shorts and trap longs going into this, but the liquidity above would make me think that the more obvious target would be to the top side. But we are currently showing weakness. You know what I mean? You stepped away to your chart to go into paradise, bro. Are you like in heaven? There's like birds in the background and shit. I swear I heard an angel and a harp.
Yeah. Got God on my side. Yeah, I had to run to 7-Eleven and get some coffee.
Nah,
But,
that's what's up.
yeah, I was just wondering because I know we were looking at that 59 or whatever.
Yeah.
I was thinking that this might be a mean version and we were going to continue this hellwood down.
I think what this move down was a sweep to grab those aggressive longers. Remember we were talking about those guys that were 100x?
Yeah.
They kind of got taken out. There's nothing left but the blues. They took out the red and the purples. And now it looks like we're reversing to go after those top sides.
Yeah, I got back just in time for the golden pocket on entry 2, but it was questionable. I thought we were going to just come up a little and then dump, continue this move. But I'm shook. I don't want to make the wrong move. But yeah, if you got a sec, can you check out Doge?
Doge, yeah.
Yeah. There's like no more lifts down, but I was looking at the 5-minute bear flag potentially for, again, I was kind of expecting Bitcoin to continue, but on the downward.
Yeah, this thing, classic distribution. Came up, sold all they could, let it rock, sold the top. Well, you do have a bit of support. Not a lot. There's honestly not a lot there. At 8. Your next real support's really 7.6. But it did take a long drop down and it hasn't retested the break of that support, the bottom of that range. So I could see it pop up to like 8.7 and then roll over. It's really going to depend on what Bitcoin does. If Bitcoin doesn't have an update here, or if its trap longs don't, trap longs could spark a move on alts, and then Bitcoin going sideways into the trap could could give alts some energy to sort of get back in their ranges. But without seeing what Bitcoin does, it's a hard call.
Yeah, you were out before, but I was fighting my bearish and bullish. I was watching right before we had this breakdown. I'm like, it's kind of market make a 3 move up, and then I'm like, it kind of looks like they're putting in an M, right at the top. And I pulled my fib, and I'm like, all right, well, here's the golden pocket, and here's the invalidation because you had a W drawn, right, and we hit the measured move on that, but I pulled the fib and it fractaled to a larger W. It hit the 382 on the next whatever W size up. So I was like, oh, this might have another move up, but I drew the invalidation on the second part of the W, and it was right at the golden pocket, and it's just questionable entry position or whatever. So I was like, I didn't know to be bearish or bullish, but I'm eager to play, eager to get in, and make some moolah.
It hasn't been an easy trading, bro. For real. I've said it from the beginning. If you guys came in the last, and forget about the last 30 days, if you guys came in the last 6 months, and you got thrown into the deep end and shit for sure. Bjorn, I don't think it has to go to 74 or 80, right? If we're talking about just putting it in M pattern, then we'd be looking for anywhere between 382 and golden pocket. Right. So it could be as low as 69, which is where I think we're getting. I don't think we break 70. I think we get that hit off of 69, put in that right side of the M. And then yeah, that measured move takes us down into my base case. No, we built this from that tiny small head and shoulders up here at 80. Right. And when we were coming down here, we drew the possibility for this head and shoulders. We're like, they wouldn't possibly fractal hit us with that head and shoulders fractal, right? That would be nasty. But yeah, I mean, at this point, it's set up to where for this thing to regain bullishness, you'd have to get back above. You'd have to get back above 75, 76. Yeah, hopefully we will be leaving hard mode in the past. And the one advantage that I think y'all have, if you're new, is that it's not usually this hard, yo. Like it's not. Yeah, so if you made it through like this crucible and you figured out how to survive through this shit, and your skin is thick now and you can handle this sort of shit, then the next 3 years are gonna be cake. Yeah, that's the best way, right? Sometimes you gotta get thrown in the deep end. Like that's how I learned how to swim. You don't want to die, right? Get thrown in the water. Boom. You don't want to die, right? Figure it out. All right, so let's draw a range. Like I said, I think the range is really the strongest. Is the strongest pattern here. With these. That would be an interesting, yeah. That 200 EMA is good confluence for that rejection at 69. I can't tell if we're growing up or not. But 2 years ago, saying 69 that many times in a row, somebody in the chat would have for sure said something funny or crazy, right? And like now, it's like 6-7. Like if I would have said 6-7 twice, there would have been emojis. Somebody's kid would have ran around the room 3 times, passed out. Kind of feels like growing up a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Just don't hit the same. Well, more of one would have got you less than the other, less of the other. Actually, that probably works both ways. If you think about it. That's always been my favorite number. 6 8. It's like 6 9, but I owe you one. That somebody got it. At some point today, brother. Listen, whenever we do go up, you're gonna be the first person I think about. My man's been waiting to catch a long for like 3 days, just so he could catch a short. I know you. You just want price to go up so you can short this thing. I think it's entertaining, right? Like if you're sitting around with a bunch of TA guys, it's kind of fun to talk about. If you're sitting around in a room full of new people, probably yeah. We've back tested it. I think everybody comes into moon phases at different times. At some point during the year, it's perfect, right? It's just like it's like it's just perfect. People don't realize like what also runs on monthly cycles are options expirations, large portfolio rebalancings, right? So they tend to run on a cycle. It's left over from when the market was agricultural, right? There was a time where if you were trading commodities, you had to know if the moon was, if it was harvest season, if it was planting season. It mattered how many full moons came in during planting season because the crops would be, you'd go. There was reasons for it, but since we lost that sort of agricultural tie, it's just been a ghost. It's sort of like the CME gap, right? Like people will trade CME for the next 10 years and there's no CME gap anymore. But it'll work because people work it. But moon cycles, we've moved so far past that at this point that it's like 50-50 at best. If you take like the best, and you can do it right on TradingView, right? Just go to grab any moon strategy. Instead of indicator, look for a strategy. And then go to the back tester. And they're like 50-50 at best. Problem is that people find somebody tells them about moon cycles during a phase where it's actually sort of working on point. And then you get so used to trading it that when it switches on you, you get wrecked. But it's cool though. It's cool. Confluence is all. People just correlation is not causation, and that's what I think catches a lot of people up. I can't tell you what to do, brother. That would be financial advice, and that would be illegal.
So from what I'm looking at on Bitcoin, I drew the W, took the measured move, and I pulled the fib from higher, and we're coming into the golden pocket, which is just above the 200. So right above us is a point to watch. We might get a reversal at 63, 194-ish. If we are going to get a turnaround and continue down, it's just underneath the high. There's a 5-minute order block above it. Whatever, if anyone's interested, it's a point I'll be watching.
The chat is flooding the chat with birds. You can't fool us anymore, bro. You live in paradise. My man's already made it. He's just trying to buy his second paradise now. I'm not mad at it.
If it ain't the birds, it's jets taking off at the airport next to me. Live in Sin City. An hour from Manhattan, an hour from the Hamptons.
I wouldn't put too much into this trend line breaking, guys. This trend line's really not being respected anymore here, if you could tell. Trend lines tend to lose their weakness and importance once they get choppy. But I mean, as long as we're above it, right, then that's a plus for the bulls. Below it, plus for the bears. You can look at it like that. I gotta go to sleep, but I don't want to because I know the second that I say goodnight to y'all, this shit's gonna get interesting. That's the universe telling you it's time to go to bed. Imagine how I feel. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't know what's going on with my poly market bet. Let me see. I'm still up. I mean, I bought it at 34 cents, so I'm still up. I hate to look at it like this, but I guarantee you they're taking those Florida votes into consideration. You want to win Miami, just go into Cuba. You win the whole state. Midterms. Nah, I'm not letting y'all do that to me, Rubo. I used to be the one to do that to people. I'd be like, bro, what do you mean you going to sleep? It's like 15 minutes to the 4-hour candle. You got to see how that shit closes. And then the 4-hour candle would close, and we just get caught up talking shit. It's like, all right, I'm going to bed. I'm like, bro, it's like 45 minutes to the 17-hour candle. You're just going to go to sleep? Start making shit up. Yeah, I mean, I think the volatility from New York session will give us our traps. Right. By the way, that if we're just gonna look at liquidity, right, then I guess I'll drop a squiggle for. At some point, I'm gonna stop putting myself in a position to be wrong in 4K with y'all, but Not today. 800 EMA.
Dude, your win rate is remarkable. Now it's just bragging the squiggles of the truth, man. For real. when have you been like, oh, I guess I was wrong on that? I haven't seen it.
I'm not gonna lie. I did earlier say that our run from 80 to down here needs to be studied because that shit really did just play out beautifully.
Oh man, you got it, man.
The only question for me,
Inspiration to all
really,
of us.
only question for me is, do we come back underneath? If you would have asked me a couple hours ago, I would have said yeah, right? Like if I would have drawn this squiggle a couple of hours ago, I would have drawn it like this. Oh shit! Nah, chill out. Hold on. Sorry about that. I fell off the mouse. Right? I would have drawn it something like that. But we're putting in so much damn support here that I don't know if we get it. So I think what might happen is we go up and take that, and then all of the liquidations, everybody that longs, this is, I mean, in about a second, if this keeps going, if we break the 50, you're going to see the longs pile in. So by that point, all the longs will look like this. And then it'll come down and sweep those and then maybe bounce off of the support. Right. And then put in our weekend range somewhere like that. But since we don't have CME close, see, I gotta update my MD file, bro. I'm still running off of the old logic. All right. New logic being that we don't truly find our range until Saturday. Because there is no true CME close, right? And like we were talking about, the chance of taking out lows and then retrapping shorts is probably higher. So I think there is a possibility that we take that and then get like a trap short that we think is going to stick and doesn't have a final sweep. And then we get stuck inside of this for our weekend range. I think that's possible. And that this is like over a 2-day period. But again, just a 4 o'clock in the morning squiggle, yo. Like, if I'm right, then I'll take credit. But if I'm wrong, I'll say I was tired. Deal? He's just, he's I've never heard, I've never heard that sentence. Like I've heard all of those words before, but I've never seen them arranged in a sentence in that manner. That's some funny shit. I literally had to read it 3 times. My brain kept filling in the wrong words at the end. You got some insider info, Sarge? Talk to me. I'll jump on Polly right now, bro. How pissed everybody would be if Arthur Hayes popped up tomorrow and was like, bought the dip. Have fun staying poor, suckers. You still get invited to all the podcasts. All right, now I'm hating. Now it sounds like I'm hating. Okay, that makes sense, Mister. Not ideal, but I understand your train of thought. Yeah, yeah, exactly. He basically said, "Hey, when you wake up tomorrow and I had pumped this shit already, be humble and buy higher." I'm fine with it. You should be too. Mm-mm. Somebody going to the beach tomorrow? Which one of y'all bought the beach set? The Cypher School beach set at 3 o'clock in the morning. You going to the beach without inviting the family? Rude. Nah, midweek reversal can be sideways, right? It's midweek reversal can either be an opposite. Well, it's a directional change, right? An obvious directional change. So we dumped basically into a sideways. So I would say market maker still in control. I'm still looking for a traditional sort of I can't even call it traditional anymore. But I'm still looking for a trap long, trap short tomorrow. Somebody just bought this beach set in the gray. This shit is mad comfortable too. It is. Dum-dum-dum. It's a good question because I can't remember if we'll find out together. Hold on. It does ship 99% of the places, yeah. It is, yeah, cotton. Enzyme washed. It's got like a dope fade to it. I'm in Florida. I needed something for the summer. I know some of y'all live in very hot places. We could work something out. What you thinking? I've thought of a couple funny ass one-off hoodies that only like one person would want. For sure. There's a couple on my list. Might be some like Christmas presents or some shit coming because some of them have to be made. Nah, I wouldn't charge you anymore, bro. Whatever the hoodie would cost, I got you. Hey, don't give me any ideas. I've already been thinking about other shit. I'm like addicted to Chrome, so my mind is already going to household shit, like home items. Like my house is full of like Chrome ashtrays and Supreme coffee makers, so like my brain's already slapping shit on. Yeah, we did have to do a coffee mug. That's thanks for reminding me because I forgot about that completely. The morning crew Ben told me that I need to do coffee mug. I don't know. I just think it's cool. Like it gives people a way to support the channel, but still get something back. Not that you don't get anything back from the channel, but having something that you can like keep is cool, I think. And everything gets branded with like where we are in the market. So it'd be cool in a couple years to go, throw on your 2026 bear market hoodie or your 2025 top of the bear market set. Have we has enough time passed to do the I survived 1010 and all I got was this stupid hoodie yet, or too soon still? We're gonna make two hoodies. I survived 1010, and on the back it's gonna be like, because I de-risked on the 9th, and then the other one's gonna say I survived on 1010, and all I got was this stupid hoodie. And then you could just gotta be honest with yourself and pick the one that applies. Only in crypto can we laugh about this shit. I don't know if you guys ever been in any trading desk scenarios on the legacy side, but on bad days, bro, where people get wrecked, you can hear a pin drop. And then you're never allowed to speak about that shit again. Like it never happened. Try talking to one of those guys about their emotions. Hey, Bob, I think your emotions are getting the better of you. I will murder you. My bad, Bob. Shit. Carry on. Yeah, it's like completely different, bro. You come in here on wreck days, and I don't know if it's just the way we cope with shit, right? Because I mean, I took a hit on whatever stop, on whatever spot positions I was holding that day too. It's not like I completely took everything out of the market on the 9th, just enough to count. But what are you gonna do? Cry about it? You can't cry about it. I mean, we can cry about it in the shower, like a real trader. Yeah, I think you're right, Gloomy. I think it's too soon. Maybe when we get to the bottom and everybody's in position, what I mean? Everybody's happy with that. Everybody's looking into the future. Yeah, nah, bro. What you do is you put the music on in the shower, right? And you flush the toilet and you scream as the toilet's flushing, and then you go cry into the shower head, and then you toughen up and you dry out and you walk out like nothing happened. Yeah, it's a good idea. I think 1 year is the perfect amount of time. I mean, it depends on how long it takes to get there. In the past, we've had really long, like multi-month long consolidations, but we spent way more time up here than normal, right? At least like a month and a half, 2 months. So that 4 month, 5 month period at the bottom is now looking like a lot less. Right? From where we are now to the bottom, we're only looking at, in my opinion, like I said, this is where I think we're bottoming. We're only looking at 126 days. Right? So a month to drop, 2.5 month, 3 month long consolidation, big liquidity sweep at the end of the 3 months, that sort of deal. One of these. The real answer is we will go sideways long enough for everybody to be convinced that we hit the bottom. And then the second everybody's convinced that we hit the bottom, and there we go. Now, does that mean don't buy shit until, no, it's not a, I don't think that's a game anybody wants to play. Right? But for me, it means you don't go all in, right? So every low that we come in here, put it this way. You know what the safest way to look at it? And this is what I would tell like one of my family members if they were trading. It's not financial advice. This is just risk, you know, good good risk metrics. We're gonna put in some sort of bullish channel down at the bottom, in my opinion. Every hit to the bottom of this channel, once we establish it, is getting bought up by me. Why? Well, because I've been wrong before. Right? I've done stupid shit. I've misjudged things. We are in a game where institutions, if they decided to in unison, could probably do enough damage to front run the cycle by like a week or two. Right? Maybe a month. There's no way to calculate that. So the same way that I told you guys here at the top, when we were sitting here at 80, and everybody was like, well, it's just going to small retrace and pop up. I was like, all right, cool. But what does it hurt to treat this like it's the top? If you treat this like it's the top, when it breaks the bottom, you don't have to make decisions, right? You just have to hold your short, or you just have to, you know, hold on sidelines. But if you wait till right here to start deciding, does this look bearish? How much time did this candle give you to figure that out? If you went to sleep at the wrong time and woke up, you woke up down here. Right? So it's the same thing in reverse. I'm not going to wait until we get up to these tops and the volume's popping up and it looks like we're, no, I'm going to buy every one of these lows. And then I'll decide at these tops whether it's going to retrace and I'm going to sell or what, you know, what I'm going to do. But I will be leaving a chunk of cash. This is just my strategy personally. We'll be leaving a chunk of cash for our quote unquote black swan, unsuspected event, unexpected event, blah, 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 whatever. If I don't get it, I'm more than happy putting that in something else, riding it up, making up the difference for what I missed for not catching, you know, not having this in Bitcoin at this point, and then putting it back into Bitcoin once I've made up that difference. You understand what I mean? If I only get 80% of the portfolio and there's 20% left and we never get this sweep to the bottom to drop that 20% in, I will put this 20% in a low cap brand new alt and make this back and then immediately take that and buy the Bitcoin that I would have bought if I didn't. You understand? So I'm completely covered for being wrong if that last one falls. And I think that's probably the smartest way to do it, because while I do consider it to be the most probable, we have to hedge against the possibilities too. Right? So I don't want anybody having the idea that, because my conviction is strong, and I know it sounds like my conviction is strong when I talk about it, because it is. But that doesn't mean that I'm sitting on my ass until we hit 38 and then I'm just going to yeet the whole portfolio in at 38. That's not a game that we're playing. Like I said, I'll DCA into the bottom of whatever pattern we put in here, and it'll be a dynamic DCA, right? Meaning my second entry will be double the size of my first entry. My third entry will be double the size of my second entry. My fourth entry will be double the size of my third entry. That way you can drag your average down. We're gonna one of the first chapters that we're gonna cover when we get into the when we get back to school is how to catch the bottom. We're gonna cover surfing, sniping, and scalping as it applies to catching the bottom of the bear market for the macro. If it goes to 10K, then I'm gonna sell somebody else's house and put money into the. I'll find some money somewhere. I wish I could find you my old chart so you could see the old grid for when we caught the bottom. I'm going to right now, actually. Give me a second. I'm going to find this for you. Because on my chart, I literally have targets that say my whole bag. And then if it goes lower, somebody else's bag. And then a kidney. And then somebody else's kidney. It's not playing around. I don't blame you, Yoel. Honestly, I think the smartest move, even if you're interested in ETH, not financial advice, is hold Bitcoin. Bitcoin's going to outperform ETH anyways in the beginning. If ETH happens to look like its old self, once you get close to the halving, then take some Bitcoin and buy your ETH and no harm, no foul. You know what I mean? But to sit in ETH from the beginning to just watch it go flat while Bitcoin's moving, that's dangerous. Let me see if I can find this chart. That way you can see how much I missed the bottom by last time. So you could see why I'm saying that I'm not in this sort of mood to wait till the very bottom to start YOLOing in. Oh, look, it's right here. Just so you know, there's no cap in my wrap. This is the chart we were using at the bottom of the last bear. And exactly how I said I plan on going in at this point. This is our last capitulation, right? This is that bearish channel, or the bullish channel, sorry, that I told you we tend to make at the bottoms. Right. As we came down into these, or into the bottom of these ranges, is when I bought. But you see what would have happened if I would have waited for the whole. This is where I planned on putting the entire bag at 14.9. My first DCA was at 18.1. Then I 4x that DCA. And then I doubled it. My last entry was 16 times the amount that I put in on my first DCA. But we never came down. But you see, look, I would have put the entire bag at 14.8. I would have put somebody else's bag in at 13.8. I would have sold my kidney at 12.8. Luckily, I still have my kidneys. Just to flash back to another time where we absolutely killed it. Just saying. There's more. Yeah. Yep. All right, enough memory lane shit. If I had to choose between Tom Lee and Kathy Wood, yes, I would have to say that Kathy Wood is more attractive. I don't know, but I think I could have pulled a clean Bitcoin out of the last kidney. At this point, you probably only get like a quarter of a Bitcoin. I don't know if it's worth it at this point. I think you missed the boat on a straight one kidney, one Bitcoin swap. I really gotta go to sleep, bro. I'm yapping right now. That was my math. We can get kind of greedy at the bottom of the bear, y'all, because you start thinking about at the bottom of the bear, this weird thing happens where you don't even start looking at a dollar like a dollar anymore. You start looking at a dollar like $7 or $10. People say it's hard to buy during the bear market. It's hard to buy the first year of the bull market. Bro, the first year of the bull market, I'm at Starbucks buying coffee like, it's a lot of Satoshis. Congratulations, noob. W short. Try not to stress about it after either, bro. The amount of people that I've seen catch amazing shorts today and stress themselves the hell out because price continued to drop after they took their profit. Like, gang, what? You just had like generational shorts on some of these trades. Don't diminish it. You know what I mean? with the what ifs. You got to celebrate that shit. What's going on, local? Just hit me up on Discord. My handle's in the description. That's how it should be, Mick. Damn right. That profit wasn't promised to nobody. That unrealized P&L, that's everybody's money, bro. We all share that until you take it. Yeah. I remember we had some people, it was their first bull market. And I think the expectation is as soon as the bull market starts, price just goes crazy. And they were just sitting around like, but where's where's the bull market? And then you look back, right? When you get to the truly boring times, you look back at those times and you're like, wow, that shit was almost parabolic. But think about it, right? Like the amount of time that you spent, even during a bull market, you spend more time going down than you do going up. Look at this bull market, as nice as it was, right? It's probably best to go Haikanashi for this. Look at how many up months you have, right? Or if you just look at the parabolic moves, right? The ones that really made a difference, that brought you from one range to another range. This right here was the most parabolic time before the halving. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks up. But here we had 1 week up, 1 week sideways. Then we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks down, basically, right? And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 weeks. Damn, this was horrible, bro. This was the worst. So what I'm saying is you got to be careful getting too smart with compounding on your long bag, right? Because if you just blinked and missed one of these weeks, right? Let's say you caught the very bottom, cool. Went sideways, stock price was coming down, you took some profits, you're going to compound. Let's say you missed this week. You're going to chase because you missed a week, or you waiting for a red week? Honestly, probably waiting for a red week. We're on the monthly, but you get what I mean. And then you wait and it doesn't come. And then you wait and it doesn't come. And then by the time you realize, you're at 47K instead of 30. And then when you finally get in, everybody convinced you it's going down. You finally convince yourself to just compound a little more. Miss these 2 weeks. Like it's easy to screw it up. It really is. It's not difficult at all. I've seen it happen. I've done it. That's why that surfer bag just chills. Right? Why would you want to interrupt that? Like why would you want to get in the way of that? It's a thing of beauty. No, alts did not have a normal bull market. Bitcoin went from 15K to 126. But yeah, the alts got definitely smashed. But it's quantitative tightening, right? There's a reason why that happened. You guys, bro, you get me talking about macroeconomics at 4 o'clock in the morning, and you know I'm gonna start pulling up charts and shit. So global liquidity, right? All of it. Let me set it to the offset. So what was going on with liquidity and why did it affect us so bad? Right? The easy answer is turning all this off and looking at the Fed balance sheet. Right? That's the easy answer. But we need to change the offset because the balance sheet is not on an offset. So from the very bottom of our bear market, we've been in quantitative tightening, right? And what that means is that there was no fresh liquidity coming into the market. We were just sloshing around the money that we had already in here, which is why you saw price move the way it did, right? It would move from one coin to another coin that popped to another coin that popped. But like, look at the inverse effect that we had here on liquidity. So anybody that says that Bitcoin didn't do amazing, the fact that Bitcoin did this at all while our liquidity was retracing, for me, cements Bitcoin into the future. No problem. But the more interesting part that people don't talk about, maybe they don't understand it, but is the effect that that had on the alts. So we know that because of that, ETH, goddamn, I should have done that first. Let me do that first. Let me do this in order. I literally had to create this indicator because it would take me 25 minutes to explain what I'm explaining because I had to use 4 different freaking indicators. Look at ETH BTC. Why are you down there? Trading view. Let's do it the easy way. Doing it live. That's ETH BTC. Look familiar? Right. So if ETH BTC is tied, directly tied to whether there's liquidity coming into the market or not. If there's liquidity coming into the market, then there's excess spillover from Bitcoin's supply demand that then moves into alts, that'll then move into smaller alts, that'll then give you an alt season. Right? But we didn't have that. What we had was the most intensive quantitative tightening that we've had through any bear market. So what did that do to the alts? If we look at total 3 or total 2, Okay. Right. We see for the most part follow Bitcoin's range, but what do these moves on total 2 mean? Let's look at total 2 divided by Bitcoin. Ugh. Right. So this is the average of every alt versus its Bitcoin value. All right. Well, let's go back to total 2 then. Well, what the hell caused, if you were here trading alts, you know that you gave back everything 3 times. 3 times. Even though total 2 held ground, your alt did a full 100% round trip back to where you entered. Right? It happened here. Oh, can't draw on the chart. Okay. Heard you. It happened here. It happened here. And it happened here. But why? Right? Well, we go back to global liquidity, and this is the part that I think people don't really put together. You go back to global liquidity and you turn all of that on. And you can see it. Right? This went sideways, which means that every time it came back down, all that liquidity that had been injected got removed, which is why your alts lost all of their value 1, 2, 3 times. Right? And then when it finally did decide to go, we got that silver, metals, AI, legacy. So the reason I'm saying it is that I don't want anybody going into the next bear market thinking that this is just the way that alts work now. Right? Because if this looks different, which it will, because the machine has to print to stay alive. But if this looks different during the next bull market, and it looks more like this, then the performance of our alts will look more like this. This is total 2 versus what Bitcoin did. This is what an alt season looks like. And that is a direct result of that liquidity being injected. Stimulus checks and all types of shit. So where are we now then, right? Well, we're printing. The problem is that we're printing for the wrong reasons right now. We're printing because the Fed needs to buy bonds to stabilize the yield. Right? So all of this printing is going into bonds. Now, some of it is having an effect. Right? We saw some of it have an effect. Some of it went in, but not enough to make a difference. And until the bond yields stabilize, I don't expect that to change. All right. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. There's books and scones in the back. I just don't think the money was there. Like we saw with the meme run that the degen money didn't go anywhere. Right? The degen money stayed. Degen money's always here and ready to play. But the quote unquote smart money that would go into utilities, when they start to feel that wealth effect, just weren't there, bro. And then they got sucked into memes, and then we wrecked them on memes. First they came in and they bought Celestia and Dementia. They bought all of these things at freaking billion-dollar market caps and got wrecked by VCs. And then they ran away. And then they came back and jumped into memes and got wrecked by the cartel or by the cabal on memes. And then Polymarket was like, hey, psst, hey, you're not tired of getting jerked around over there with these guys? You know about sports and politics, right? You're a politics expert since COVID. You come over here and try your luck. You know about weather, right? Maybe you have an edge. And they just convinced them that it was a better deal over there. And they got, basically. Why go over there and learn something brand new when you can use your amazing expertise to lose your money to insiders? So hopefully, once they lose their money to the insiders and we're at the bottom of the bear market, we'll get that cycle back, Nah, I mean, I wouldn't know what to write about. You gotta dip them in milk, bro. All right, let me start getting ready to retire the inner sanctum. Trump killed memes. Yeah, Trump started it, right? Trump and then Melania and then that the El Salvador dude or whoever the hell it was. What was the name of that meme? There was a couple super obvious scams, but what really killed it was when they found out that that all of these dexes were front running your trades on memes. Yeah, Libra. Yeah. But that whole Solana thing where they were saying that the dexes had deliberately given themselves a backdoor to be able to sandwich trades. You got to remember, memes were born out of the environment where VCs were coming in and dropping these projects at crazy high valuations, right? And then just dumping on people's heads as soon as they bought on exchanges, right? So memes came out and memes were like, look, these guys are screwing you over there. We're fair launch. There's 1 billion coins. They all come out at once. We come out at tiny valuations, right? Plenty of meat left on the bone. They sold it as a more fair sort of trade. Well, they killed that with the whole sandwiching orders and jumping in front. It's like, it ruined the whole point. Now you're just taking risk to take risk, right? Like, we knew it was risky, but the fact that it launched at such low valuations and that each coin had a fair chance to move, Pump had a big part to do with it too. Yeah, it became too easy, bro. There's always been memes, right? But you needed a dev team, you needed a marketing team, right? You needed a budget, which meant that if you put 200K into building a meme, you weren't gonna rug until you at least made your 200K back. These kids are spending $10 to make memes and rugging you at 50K. Loading up on Pokemon cards. There has to be a barrier to entry. And I'm all for the revolution and all that. And the blockchain should be accessible to everybody. Cool. Cool. I hear you. But for an exchange to list something or for, I mean, I think the responsibility lands on the chain, right? Solana could easily put a barrier to entry for producing new coins on chain. Whether it's a financial barrier to entry or whether you have to be doxxed or, you know what I mean? Something. Because if not, what happens is you end up with the reputation Sol has, where people think the only thing it does is put out shitcoins. All right. I'm going to move this M pattern. I'm going to leave the measured move. I just don't want to leave the screen too crowded. We know where the range is. Let me drop the visible range because that'll change with y'all overnight. All right.
So now it's time for me to manipulate my European folks into longing this thing. Let's go, baby.
Somebody better do it. I mean, honestly, you only got to get up to like 635. If you can get above daily open, I've been saying this since earlier. If you can get above daily open, those shorts are going to do the rest of the work. That shit, there's no way it doesn't squeeze through there once you get in there.
Yeah, I still have a bit of dry powder. I might risk putting in like a couple K on a few. Like, I don't know.
I can hear you fighting yourself in your brain while you say it.
Yeah, I was like, oh no, I actually want to lose them. I was like, oh, I'll risk it for fun, right? But no, I don't know if it's fun anymore.
I don't like this game anymore. It's funny.
I mean, I'll see. I'll look how it goes in the next few hours.
Just let the setup come to you, bro. What I would say is that don't let the bearishness make you ignore a good bullish setup, right? Because there's definitely gas to be taken to the top. But don't try to make fetch happen, right? If the setup ain't there, then just let it fly.
I mean, I don't even want to be greedy. I don't even mind doing like there's spot trades to be made here, like just like easy spot. Well, like we'll see.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm not easy. Nothing's easy, but like some things are down 20%, and like if they go back up 8 to 10%, I'll take 8% on a day, right? You know. But
most definitely, you do that day after day, you'd be all right.
No, exactly. Like I think spot trading has been a thing that I've been doing the past few weeks, and I've definitely seen more profit that way, just because it's a bit safer.
Yeah. Yeah, it gives you time it gives you wiggle room, bro. There's so many options when you're on spot. You can dig yourself out of a hole, you can recompound coins, you can slowly shave positions and compound. Like, there's so many options.
Yeah.
All right, good people. I'm off to bed. Make good choices. I should restart the stream though. 6 hours. There's no way I'm going to be up in 6 hours. And if this breaks, we're going to want to have this recorded. So let's do that. Let me finish a couple things up here, and before I go to bed, we're gonna reset the stream real quick. Tomorrow, oh no, not tomorrow. Tomorrow's Saturday. Damn, tomorrow I'll have that event. Sunday, we're doing our first AI class. If anybody's interested, Sunday 3 to 6. It's gonna be real basic how to set up an AI agent, personal assistant. There's something that I've been working on. It's like basically like a daily operating system. It's dope. You give it all your information, tasks, manage your emails, manage your supplements, bitch at you if you don't go to the gym. If you can make life 10 to 15% more manageable, then that's stress that you don't have to deal with when you're trading. 3 p.m. Eastern, yeah. I'll record it too, but you're gonna want to be there because I mean it's not gonna be anything formal, but we're gonna talk through prompts and we're gonna do it like in real time. So if you're there, you'll be able to do it all. Everybody be able to do it together. If you're not, then you'll just have to follow along. Yeah, Tech. It's just a bunch of skills and a bunch of like useful prompts that I've picked up and sort of adapted a little bit. I'm not an expert by any means, but I know a little bit now. There's one of them, like for that personal assistant, there's going to be some tasks in there that are going to be uncomfortable for some people. I know it wasn't fun for me, but the way I have it set up, right, there's going to be a question and answer period and you guys don't have to answer out loud. This is between you and the bot, right? But where you got to be honest, right? There's some questions it's going to ask. It'll break down all your personal shit, all your business shit. But then there's a tough love section where it's going to tell you the flaws that it finds and what you can work on and what you need to do. That shit's not easy for some people. So just be aware there's going to be some shadow work involved, probably. Might have to face some demons. But that's only if you're honest. If you're not honest with it, it's like going to a therapist, right? If you go to a therapist and lie, you're not going to get none out of it. But that's the reason why I wanted to do this, because I didn't want to provide it in the Discord. I want it to be something that's personal and that's yours so that you don't have to worry about, you know what I mean? The only way this shit really works, honestly, especially when it comes to a personal assistant, is if you could be 100% honest about your fears, your wants, your technical abilities. And that's not shit you really want to share with the world. You know what I mean? You want to have something that you own and you run and that lives on your PC and that's yours. Do all that type of shit with. Nah, shadow work, like going into your brain and making friends with your demons or killing them. Whatever comes first. But there's also some stuff that I use because of my ADHD. So if anybody has ADHD, I think it's going to be really useful too. Like I sort of gamified my daily task manager, right? So instead of just a boring list of things to do, it's like you get points when you complete them. It's like gamified. Helps me. All right, family. Quick reset for a fresh stream overnight, and we'll be right back. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, that bell notification, scream at each other in chat, whatever you got to do. We'll be right back.